NigerFlavor.com.
How do I explain how
presence of some of our elders in the house.
might be the sons of
I have the past president with us, Sobio Yakubu Mekano. Please just come forward. We can have your seat there, sir. Yeah. No, you front seat, sir. Please, sir. We don't have just around. Yeah. Also with us, we have one of our past Secretary General and even one-time Vice President, Sobio Jimbo Bokola. Please, can you just stand and partners with our past presidents? We also have somebody of AGM, the Vice President National, past Vice President National, Sobio Fayo Badamasi. I cannot continue to call everybody. We are all important. Can we put our hands together for ourselves? Now the issue of small boys like me now. The chairman of this morning occasion is going to be a professor of surveying and geoinformatics, and of course he double one other thing with her own. She happened to be the first female professor of surveying and geoinformatics. Is Professor Josephine Ebele Emengini from University of University Oka. Because what we are going to do is a little bit technical, we equally want to take the records serious. The people that will take chairs of the reports, we have Dr. Abubakar Ejiga from Federal Polytechnic Ida. Where is he? Then to be assisted by the secretary to the committee, Sobio Israel Taiwo, is from Federal Polytechnic Adu-Ekiti. Then, because we have so many things to do, we want to be serious with time. So, Sobio Adeniyi Adebumiti will be our timekeeper for this morning. Before I hand over the mic to the chairman, let me invite the people that have worked seriously to put their what we will be listening to together. And of course, we equally need to appreciate some people that assisted the committee. When we find out that the time was a little bit against us, we cooperated some people seriously at the last minute to help us in reviewing, so that at least what they are going to be presented will be something that can be acceptable. we appreciate all of them. Well, we have people like Professor Timothy Idu, Professor Isi Moka, Dr. Okbalua. They are not members of this committee, but they really assisted us. Then the first presenter, we have the program with us. He will be speaking on the imperative of a four-dimensional spatial data for land development planning, design and construction in Nigeria. I want to invite Dr. Lawrence Hart from Rivers State. Dr. Hart, it's like I saw him around. His co-author is AZPI. Then as they are coming in, the presenters should just take the first row here. The second paper will be on mapping arable and irrigable land of Edo State for crop production and natural resources preservation by Apata SBN and Francis Okeke. He was part of that presentation during the review of abstracts, but the final paper before they actually submitted, Professor Okeke passed on. So, but Apata will be here to present the work. We also have paper 3, geostatistical modeling and prediction of gaseous pollution concentration, a case study of Utorogu gas plant. How do HAP and JS I think Professor, how do we present that paper? Professor Audu from University of Benin. Please move to the front seat, please. Can we put our hands together for them? Also, we are going to have application of artificial intelligence and unmanned area vehicle in Golden Gully affected area by Okorocha and Egiato. I think Sika is around. Okay, take your seats there. Please, can we put our hands together for him? And paper 5 will be presented by on the title Appraisal of Physical Cadastral System of Rivers State, Nigeria, by Dr. Ike Stanley. And okay, I think Dr. Ike is here too. Okay. We make 6 for the first time. The 6th paper, application of geospatial technology on climate change and food security in Nigeria by Ode. Dr. Ode and so many of us from Girls University of Technology, Ota, including me. So, Dr. Ode is going to present on our behalf. My name is KF Alim. I'm from Bauchi State, from Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. Then I have my member. You can see the secretary is going to be one of our rapporteur, Surveyor Israel Taiwo. Surveyor Adibumeti is also part of us. Professor Mengene is also part of the committee. We have Dr. Surveyor David Elegbede is also part of the committee. So, well, I will hand over the mic to Professor Mengene to direct the presentation. Sit down. Sit down. I'm sorry. This is Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome all of us to this technical session. Like the chairman said, chairman of the technical committee said, my name is Professor Bele Emengini, and I will be the chairman for this technical session. First, I would like to thank the organizers of this program for bringing us all together to share knowledge and ideas in this field. I would also like to appreciate our presenters who have prepared excellent papers for our consumption and consideration. Today, we are going to explore the theme Geospatial technology in the era of artificial intelligence. Our speakers will share their wealth of knowledge, expertise, and experiences in this field. And we all will be given opportunity to ask questions and engage in meaningful discussions. Before we start, I would like to remind us that we plead that we engage in productive and interactive sessions. We expect everyone to respect each other's views. We are going to give the modality for this presentation because we have limited time and we have other things to do. We will be giving each presenter 10 minutes to present their work. Then at some point we will also give time for questions and answers and of course comments. Okay. So, without further ado, I would like to call on the first presenter. The second presenter. And the second presenter will be speaking on mapping arable and irrigable land of Edo State for crop production and natural resources preservation. And that is by Akpata SBN. Surveyor Akpata, could you walk up the stage for your presentation? Thank you.
The chairman, Nigeria Institution of Surveyors, all fellow here present surveyor camaraderies and student surveyors here present. My name is Akpata SBN. I'm here to present my research findings on mapping arable and irrigable land of Edo State for crop production and natural resources preservation. Introduction. Arable land are land that are made for crop production. Sorry for the mess up. Arable land are land that are made for crop productions. And for us to have this arable land identified as it is well distributed across Edo State, and also in Nigeria, we need to use geospatial techniques to identify the locations for crop productions and natural resources. And for us to have constant crop productions in a district of Nigeria, we need to bank on irrigation. And irrigable land and land that are suitable for irrigation, as we all know, is not all land that are suitable for irrigation for obvious reasons of soil salinities. So it is very, very important that we identify locations that are suitable for irrigation, be it upland or southern side of a district. Next slide. The aim of this study is to actually map out all the locations of arable lands in a district for crop productions and natural resources preservation, because the quest for food have resulted from excessive tillage. crop productions. We have various types of arable land. There are some land that are already farming land. We have some that are forest land, and we have reserve land, and we have no arable land. So the result, first line, go to the result, let me discuss the result. At the end of the research findings, we were able to produce a proper arable land for Edo State. We were able to map out the digital soil map of Edo State because it is not all soil that are suitable for crop productions. There are some soils that are already salad, but it is how we need to put up all this together to harness the fact that some certain soil are made for certain crops. And if all this were properly done as we are doing this research, it will enable interested farmers to easily propose where he can throw up some young seedlings and he will have good harvest. And we want to have places where he can throw up some new crops and he will have good crop harvest. And the research actually put up together a method that will separate farmers from the headers, so that this quarrel of over crop productions and grazing fields for heads will be a taste of the past. And we will also discover that if that is so, other land are also allocated for grassland, which could also be used for crop production. So this research, if adopted, Mr. President, will stop hunger in Nigeria. And if converted properly, ensures the limitation that you don't need to stress yourself. Just trace on young seedling somewhere, you go and harvest a lot of crops. Or you go to the area where you have some grassland, or some other part as is automated in this research, where you have grasses that you can just give out to headers, and their heads will enjoy and it will be very fresh for us to eat, and hunger will be a taste of the past. Thank you for listening to me. Once again, my name is Akata SB.
Thank you for your presentation. You can now go. So, next paper is ready. So I hope you are taking down your questions and comments. So we move to the next presenter. It's Audu, HAP. Are you here? Thank you. Oh, Professor Audu, HAP. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Prof. The chairman of the technical section, all fellow presents, esteemed member of NIS and all researchers, I want to plead that let me stand on the already existing protocol because the time we have is short. It's a pity like our information. Can I have my paper online? Or I will just be discussing what we have done because this is a PhD work of my students. She would have been here to deliver it, but because she's engaged somewhere else, she's the head of the department somewhere else, so I have to deliver it. The topic is geostatistical modeling. Geostatistical modeling please, can you put it on? I would have preferred if you have our laptop here, you control it yourself, so that I will just be discussing it. The topic is statistical modeling and prediction of gaseous pollutant concentration at Uturubu gas plant and fuel station in Delta State. Now, we are aware that global population expansion, industrialization and technological advancement has brought a lot of benefit to human beings, especially the artificial intelligence we are looking at now, because it's one of the techniques we use for this particular study. Apart from this, we also discovered that it has its own negative aspects, both plus and the negative, the positive and the negative. The negative aspect has to do with gaseous pollutants being emitted to the environment, and it has become a global concern because it contributed immensely to global warming. So in this is a big problem, and Nigeria fled a lot of gas in the Niger Delta region. So the case study we are looking at, Uturubu, is in Delta State, one of the facilities that supply 80% of the gases we have in Nigeria. So our concern was this technology, can we use it to study and find out how is this affecting the environment and the people. So this was the study that was carried out by my PhD student, and we decided to first and foremost find out the gaseous pollutants that are in that environment, also find out the level of concentration, and determine the effects on what we call pollution standard of the gaseous pollutants. Then simulate it, come out with a prediction map that will enable to have information about that environment, whether it is safe or it's not safe. So here, under methodology, the material methodology, we decided to use, because this problem requires multidisciplinary approach. The surveying aspect of it, the geospatial positioning of the facility and the fuel station was done using the global navigation satellite system. Then we use GIS, the geospatial statistics using Kriging methods was used to be able to carry out the modeling. Having done that, we discovered for the dispersion of these gases in the air, we need meteorological data. So we acquired the meteorological data that take care of the humidity, the wind, and others. And all these were brought into artificial intelligence neural network, a software called PETIA. So we modeled everything to check, to help us validate what we have done in the field and see whether the results were okay. And if it was to be seen on the boards, with what I have done, I will show you that the results were obtained, and we found out that in the area where we have 6 types of pollutants. We have the sulfur 2 oxides. We have oxide of nitrogen, we have methane, we have particulate matters. Particulate matter has the highest score. The score we have there, when we carry out the study, it was the particulate matter. So that particulate matter became the description we use to check the environment. We also use standards from the DPR, Ministry of Environment and Federal Ministry of Environment standard to be able to carry out all our work, and we discovered that in this particular place there was pollutant in the environment. However, the pollutant was not enough that can cause a problem. It's within the level, because any pollutant from 0 to 50 is still a very good, nice, tolerable. Just like in surveying, we have permissible error. So that error does not bring threat to the environment. So that was exactly what we did. Then we used the artificial intelligence to be able to come out with to what extent is the place safe or not safe. So we discovered that the further you are away, because when we are doing this, we establish the monitoring station along the flow line. We monitored it from 60 to 500. We discovered that in this particular study, that the farther you are away from it, if it was shown that you have seen the map, the prediction map will produce, that the farther you are away from it, the lesser is the pollution affecting that area. So in this study, we discovered that 6 pollutants were there, but carbon oxide was not there. So the oxide of carbon was not there, because carbon oxide and methane they have a lot of impact in the global warming. So we recommended here that these same programs should be carried out in other stations in Niger Delta where such things existing, and we should use the same method to carry it out. So I'll be running up and letting us know a little about artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence has brought good things, but it has also brought some negative things that we also have to be aware of them. So I want to believe that in this paper, someone will also talk more on it. Why we want to call it deep fake. Somebody can take your information, your picture, your voice, produce it somewhere else. So we're not talking about the integrity now. So it has, so that I said, it brought good, it brought the bad. So it's the good part we are tapping from and we are using for our research. So a lot of things we have been doing as surveyor, many technology and techniques are coming up. And those of us in the research in the university, we are embracing them and imparting it to our children, our students, so that they can move with the technological development and the good things happening in the society. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for keeping to time. So we put down your questions for him and comments. We move to the third presenter. And the third presenter is Hart. L. Is he here? Are you here? Oh, paper one? Eze. Is it Eze? Okay. Thank you. Have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, respected surveyors, our fellows and senior colleagues and academic colleagues. Very privileged to stand to present our paper titled Imperative of 4D Spatial Data for Building Plan, Land Development Planning, Design and Construction in Nigeria. Okay, background of study, we try to look at the concept of land development. Land use and land development is two different things. While land use is a function of what is to be constructed or improvement over the land, land development is a process. Like the system, land development is an integral aspect of land administration. It involves improvement from the land. And this improvement is not just in agriculture. In this aspect, we are looking at improvement on physical infrastructure like roads, buildings, railways, bridges, and not just agriculture. And this land development constitutes designs, systematic designs that we have in the process of planning, design, construction, and management. And we are concerned that surveyors, the inputs of the surveyors are critical in pre-construction, construction, and post-construction. But we are also concerned that part of the design elements, in the design elements, our data are not sufficiently managed. Our data are not sufficiently integrated
integrated or incorporated as part of the design element. And then this study, we try to use Port Harcourt Urban as our case study. What is happening in Port Harcourt Urban as our case study? Please, next slide. You have this. I don't know. So we look at those design elements, design parameters. If you look at global standard on the process of land development, the surveyors are not hidden under any profession. Surveyors are separated. We are on our own. We are not supposed to be hidden under any. Next slide, please. We are not supposed to be hidden under any professional. But in this case, we find out that in the process, we have the data from the geologist, we have the data from the environmentalist, based on impact assessment, the geologist, the soil test, the urban and general planner will go there to do what we call site analysis report and plan. The civil engineer or structural engineer goes there to do what we call structural analysis. And all these professionals give report. And we try to look at the mentality of Nigerians with in our mentality that we want to cure without preventing. In this case, we are looking at preventing before curing. And that is the statement of our problem, that looking at the menace of environmental threats such as flood, building collapse, structural deformation, land subsidence, it does not just happen, it starts from a process. And if the process is not properly planned, you cannot cure what you do not prevent. So how do we prevent it? Is by looking at the needful, what is supposed to be done. So that brought us to our aim to buttress the inclusion of our four spatial data in the design and construction as well as management of engineering projects. And our aim, our objectives, we try to look at the design elements. The design elements, we try to determine the design elements, then we try to also determine the contributions of built environment professionals in the process. So we try to determine, and the third one, we determine the percentage of contribution of built professionals in the process of land development plan design and approval in Port Harcourt. And that now brought us to our methodology. How did we do this? We adopted the expository method by using published articles from the Ministry of Fiscal Plan and Urban Development on the procedure and requirements for land development approval, land development plan approval. So we also look at global standard on these processes of land development approval, because development starts after the approval. So in Port Harcourt, there's what we call PD plan approval. Until the approval is given, development starts. And we can ask ourselves as surveyors, if you have surveyed, let's say you've signed 100 plots, you've signed 100 plans, how many of those plans have come back to you during construction to now give more terrain information concerning that parcel? So we review the process, we review several land development plan for the purpose of approval. And we also do the procedural observation. We follow the process. And on the process, we find out that the surveyor is not part of the professional that goes back to the field to give report on the terrain characteristics, on the terrain configuration, which is critical in the design and construction of engineering projects. So let's go to our findings. Please go to results. We don't have time, go to results. So stay there. So these are, please keep it there, keep it there. Keep it there. This is very important. This is very important. Yes. So we try to look at our findings from the processes, from the procedural observation. These are the, from Ministry of Fiscal Planning and Urban Development, these are the required design parameters. Like I see that for the surveyor, we are expected to produce the 4D special data, the terrain configuration information in terms of the wireframe, the bottom maps, the video elevation model, the vector map. These are parameters we can, because we are geomatists, we are not just surveyors that don't measure 2 dimensions. Well, that's why we do more presently. So you see that it is not required. It is not required. Our input are not required. The structural analysis and reports and structural calculation sheet by civil engineer is highly required. In fact, it's a major requirement. Then we look at the geologist goes to site to take survey tests, and they are heavily paid because this is under subsection sub-team 13 of our team, looking at our geomatics role in the built environment and the business of engineering. How do we make money in this process? Because other professionals come to feed and they are heavily paid, and the surveyor only give just the survey plan and get out of the site, which is an aberration. So we look at environmental impact assessment by the environmentalists, highly required. Research analysis report, highly required. Both objectives 2. Go to the next slide. So we try to review some of the land development plan. So these are the components. So one of the plan we review, which is sensor. The plan we review, you can see the plan is 58 pages. You can see the percentage distribution that we even with the site layer, this site layer now, the contractor is backed by the architect and not even the surveyor. So you see the percentage that we are nowhere to be funded. And the other professionals, these are the distribution, statistical distribution. The next slide, as I hand on, the next slide. So we try to also look at the reports from, because all the professionals goes to feed to not get their report to give the commissioner for urban and fiscal planning for purpose of giving approval. But our reports are not required. Which is so our reports are not required, which is our concern in this work. So these are the distribution. Reports, you can see the number of pages for each of their reports that we review. So if as surveyors, if we look at our own reports, we do local survey, we do back computation, front computation, document listing, production of vector map, production of GM, and all the process we produce. We can also populate our own reports and make money in the approval process. That is what we are associating. In our recommendation, one of our key recommendations is that we need legislative action to now spell out what we do, highlight the input of the surveyor in the built environment, so that we can also make money in the process. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. SFPI for the presentation. So, next please let us give you another round of applause. Thank you. So, the next presenter is Surveyor Okorocha CV. Thank you. A round of applause for him.
Good morning, everyone. All protocol duly observed. This is paper 4. Please pardon me. So I'll be speaking on the application of artificial intelligence and unmanned aerial vehicle in modeling Goli affected area. I want to appreciate my Professor Engineer Eigiato Raphael for giving me this opportunity to speak. This paper is just a little section of our research work currently going on for my PhD. Next slide, please. I would like us to pay attention to the slide, the next slide. I would like everyone to just pay attention to the slide. Picture this. Now, the first one you see is the Goli environment that the surveyor has to capture the data. The second slide is an environment. If you look very closely, you see a lion there. There's a lion there, and the surveyor has the responsibility of modeling this environment. If you are a surveyor and all you have is a total station or a GNSS receiver, I am very sure you will attempt the first one because there is no lion. But the second one, I don't think you will try it. Even me, I won't try it. So that's the idea behind artificial intelligence. That's the idea behind UAV. The idea behind when there are areas you can't access, where there are areas where when you even try to go there, bandits can capture you. You think about what can I do? The next slide. So Goli erosion typically refers to the erosion process that occur with concentrated runoff. So it involved massive land mass being carried away, land that is supposed to be used for developmental activity to support human development, but it's being washed off. And the depletion of natural resources, particularly soil, is one of the major issues affecting the world over the last 10 years. What we've depicted there, I know you might be wondering how I'm getting this image. At the end of my presentation, I'll tell you. How we presented, what we see here is an area where Goli has massively affected the environment, and the surveyor has to walk there. The place, there is a river, there is a water runoff, and the surveyor has the responsibility of walking there. Next slide. So for now, rather than focusing on the old system of using total station, GNSS receiver, going on ground, this is the era of AI. You can see the surveyor still there on ground, but rather than him going into all these places himself that is difficult to access, he has taken advantage of drone. That's where you have a surveyor now thinking of, I can't access here, but I can use the drone technology and a base station and access this inaccessible area. Next slide. So now the objective of our study basically is to look at how we're going to map the site B of Ibowo campus. Ibowo campus is the main campus of the University of Benin, and the site B has been adversely affected by Goli. The picture there is not the picture of the campus. That's why I placed down that this image is not the study area. It's just to depict what we are talking about. So that area has been affected by Goli, and our focus is to see, can this area be reclaimed? Can we get back this area? If we are going to remodel this area, what will be the volume of earthwork required? Next slide. So that's our study area. So the part depicted with the red area is the area in University of Benin that has been affected by Goli. And
that is where we are focusing in relation to the landmass. And for the purpose of this paper, we are using, next slide, we are using a DJI RTK drone to capture the environment, to model the place. So what we're doing here is an RTK drone with a base station. So we are not using the conventional placing ground markers all around, because this particular drone has a base station and it transmits correction in real time. So there is no point taking the risk of going into the gully. Before the end of this slide, I'll tell you how deep that gully is. Next slide. So the reference station we use is a primary control within the campus. That is where we set up the base station. Next slide. So now, during the process of capturing the aerial imagery of the slide of the study area, we flew the drone. We flew the drone at 120 meter, 70% overlap, 60% side lap, and the process of processing the image, generating the dense cloud, processing the orthophoto was carried out. And for the orthophoto, we had a resolution around 3.6 cm. Next slide. So this is the process of dense cloud processing, and that's the parameter we use in setting up for processing the dense cloud. Next. So what you're seeing here, because we have to take this screenshot from the software environment. Within the software environment, in ArcGIS Pro scene environment, what you're seeing there can be seen in 3 dimensions. So the entire gully infrastructure, the gully affected area, could be seen in 3 dimensions within the software environment, but we just have to take this screenshot. So the gully channel has 2 sections, to the left and the right. To the left hand side is behind the guest house, while the right side is the road that exits the campus, and it goes down, clearing the entire landmass in that area to a very deep area. Next please. So this next one is the 3D also visualization of the gully affected region. The first one is the one behind the Professor Quarters. This one is the lower portion of the gully. Then the one to this side is the right hand side of the gully. Next. So this is what we modeled out also within the gully. And if you see, we are looking at a depth variation from about 60 meters to 115 meters. So if you relate the surface within the environment, within the campus region, our catchment area, and the lowest portion of that gully, that is the variation you have. And this is a contour line depiction of that trend within the axis. Next slide. So in calculating what is required to reclaim that area, we used the trapezoidal rule for volume computation, and that is over 16 million cubic meter required to reclaim the extent of damage gully has done within that area. If you go to the campus area, you realize that that entire place has been abandoned. There is no activity going there, but we are thinking, can we reclaim it? And that's the purpose of this research. And we just did this is just an image to let us know, even when gully has affected an area, it can still be reclaimed. Next slide. So in conclusion, this research has shown that when some areas is difficult to access, artificial intelligence using drone can be used. And all the images you see there that involve gully were all generated using artificial intelligence and applying the idea of geospatial knowledge and data. Thank you very much.
Surveyor Okorocha for this beautiful presentation. Please, can we give him another round of applause? So the next presenter is Dr. Eke S.N. He's here. Is Dr. Eken S.N. presenting appraisal of facial cadastral system of Rivers State, Nigeria. Doc, you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you. Fiscal cadastral system of the state and suggest ways of generating revenue for the state, providing systems of sustaining the fiscal cadastral system of River State. Hence, appraisal of fiscal cadastral system of River State is inevitable for increased revenue and management. Our research is to appraise the fiscal cadastral system. paper alongside, or our paper rather. Okay. Surveying plays in relationship between precipitation and food production index, meaning that the higher the level of precipitation, the higher the food production. And then thirdly also, temperature. Why this was done is because it's very easy for us to build a government. So rise on the price of food and build the government for everything. Aside the scientific factors leading to some of these things, and from the indicators of climate change we have considered, temperature, humidity, and rainfall are all of things that are being rise. And as the rise will affect the ground food responsible for soil production. And as a surveyor, my duty is to identify each local unit and where they are located. And after using that holistic database to identify this, I have a scientist named Teller Isa from Niger State. I took him around to select locations which will validate the result and it actually prove accurate with what scientists gave. And I use it to validate my result. As we are here, you can consult me anywhere in Nigeria, and I will be able to identify soil that is suitable for particular crop production. And if adopted, it will be able to catch down. Because they have it, I got mine from there, and as a GIS expert, I use GIS tools to analyze and to identify all the mapping units in Edo State, just as we have all over Nigeria. Response have provide answer to the question, sir. Thank you.
The next presenter, address your question. Are you running away from answering, responding to the next person? You know. Okay.
South Local Government Area of Oyo State by Effiong E. Etor. The presenter will come forward. Also, we have Channel Dynamic and its impact on the lower Benue basin, North Central Nigeria. Adediji Ambo, Etor. Then we have flood master vulnerability monitoring and mapping of Nigeria coastline by Dr. Owuko Agopa Etor. And lastly, for this morning session, we have performance evaluation of machine learning algorithm for GNSS data processing by Daniel Agbefani.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm very grateful. My name is Samuel Shimakai from the University of Lagos, Nigeria. So, please permit me to go through already well-established protocol. And the title of this presentation is Real-Time Documentation, Tracking, Counting and Classification using Deep Learning. I want to start with an experience that I had. I was in a vehicle with my friends and we went to the first school before a junction where there was a traffic light. And here the traffic light will show the red color, which means stop. And we saw as a law-abiding citizen. But I discovered something that you know, and you know how traffic light will stop for around 3 minutes, give you time to go for those 30 seconds. So when watching the videos, I saw that there were no vehicles coming at the other way, no vehicles were crossing. So why are we stopping here? So when I discovered that the traffic system was actually being timed, whether vehicles are coming or they are not coming, you have to stop. And at this point, I discovered that it is important for the system to work, but it is so much more important for it to work efficiently. So, and this brings me to what we have today. That have we know that there are some cities that use advanced technology and enable traffic oriented. Have you ever wondered how these are self-driving cars, how do they work? Have you ever wondered how the security system in the system area can automatically identify vehicles that are not allowed to enter into the place? So this is another story that we need to address here. So the introduction. The manual approach to counting vehicles is very laborious. All of these questions I've highlighted all boil down to something, that is being able to count vehicles on our road. The manual approach is very laborious, especially when there is several rules and we need to count at the same time. And our brain are wired to be able to carry out something perfectly at the same time. We cannot multitask as such. So we have a system naturally, and we have hardware systems as well. But these are very expensive, they are not scalable, and they are also intrusive on the roads. So because of this, we are trying to employ, since we are in the era of artificial intelligence, trying to employ artificial intelligence to get it to solve this problem we are talking about here. And this system we are talking about employs low-cost cameras. The cameras, we cannot use artificial intelligence, which is deep learning. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning. And machine learning is actually a subset of artificial intelligence. So we are
transportation planners so that they will be able to analyze traffic counts and be able to develop systems that will work. So because of this, we have several study areas where we actually started from Oyo State. So you can go to the next slide, please. So for some of us,
affects the administrative locations of people and features there. Let's go next. So this was the image. Well, because definitely we cannot go round Ibadan North like that. It will be too cumbersome. So we digitized most of the roads. You look for an image. This was a 1 meter resolution image, and we had to extract the roads, and we did ground verification to confirm that they were accurately positioned before we could do the overlay of the road network on the image map. Thank you, sir. Next slide, please. So this is now the road network on the land use map. So you could see that a lot of the activities are taking place where your major roads are, and that is particularly where we have a lot of, and Ibadan is a very ancient town where they have scattered uses. But we look at what we did. We had to go and see what is the most dominant activity going there, because you have commercial is mostly intertwined with residential, but on ground verification where we have a dominant land use we now associated that area with it. Next. So this is the image we used to show you how clear it is. That yellow dot is where my NIS office is in Oyo. I intentionally did that because the best national secretariat in the country is in Oyo State and it's located there. And that is what you're seeing here, the NIS Plaza on our image. That is what artificial intelligence can do. I didn't need to be there, I didn't need to go there, I just need to locate it with a trained technique. Next slide, please. So the statistical analysis now is to look at the mathematical relationship geospatially, in geostatistical way of how they relate. These features relate to themselves, the percentages, the areas covered. Please, let's go to the next slide. Next slide. So this was a table for the land uses and we categorized them into 7 major lines. We could break them further, but land use classification is a cumbersome financial activity. So generally, these are the generalized categories: the public space, vegetation, educational, because we have polytechnic, medical, we have the UCH, the secretariat, we have the seat of government. So that's Oyo. This Oyo North local government is a very powerful local government in Oyo State, and the commercial and residential. Hectares, size in hectares, and their percentages. That is why we have the other slides. Please go to the next slides. So you use your bar charts. I use your bar chart to show land uses and percentages. The next slide, please. You can also use your pie chart to do the same thing. And you have a visual impression because geoinformatics, we want you to see it and understand it. As I'm talking and you're seeing, we are communicating. When I'm talking, I am not seeing, I'm not communicating. So that is what we are trying to do. And that's why we are experts in geoinformatics. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, let's go to So the line intervention map has been shown. Examine this information that shows the differentiations in their residential classes, which is most dominant, followed by the others as I showed on the screen. Go to the next discussion, please. The land intervention map can be analyzed in data sets related to other infrastructures like policy works, movement works, social infrastructures, but there is no time and finance to do that. But that is what we will tell the politicians. These are the ways we have what activities are attracted by certain facilities that don't exist in those places. This is the final, this is my conclusion. And you are going to always put us through. We live with a foundation for maintenance of institutional and comprehensive land use database. This is my recommendations and implementation strategies. For my training, we were trained at root. What we just recommend, we're just lamenting. We're just talking, doing still. But when we recommend, we have to put forth implementation strategy. That means to tell government, these are the people in government that should do this and will do this time frame. So our recommendations are your state government should intensify the training and the training of the staff on the social implementation strategy. Our state government should go to the set and arrange the necessary to ensure that there is sustained training of this not later than the first quarter of 2025. That's as shown on the screen. In the full paper, you will see all this. Please go to the next slide. References, then go to the final slide. Finals, I must appreciate, research is expensive. So when people, somebody challenged me last year, I gave you some money, you went to Abuja, you were talking to, you couldn't even say thank you. So I want to appreciate my support team financially, who were able able to give us money to carry out this research, because whatever you do is time-based, but it's also financially based. Next slide, please. So thank you all for listening to us. It's a privilege to stand in front of you.
Thank you, Surveyor Fiong, for this beautiful presentation. Thank you. Another round of applause for him, please. The next presenter here is Surveyor Azenda. Is he here? Okay. He's coming up. Can we give him a round of applause? He'll be speaking on channels dynamics and its impact on the lower Benue Basin, north central Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. All protocols duly observed. My name is Olayanju Oluwafemi from Osogbo. I'm presenting this paper on channel dynamics and its impact in the lower Benue River Basin, north central Nigeria, on behalf of the authors, Azande, Eludori, Olayinka Dosu, and Soyaolu, who are not available for this conference. So, next slide, please. We all know that rivers provide many benefits. River basin plays a vital role because it supports activities such as agriculture, very important for this kind of study to be carried out. So, but also as rivers provide many benefits, they also face different problems due to urbanization and climate change and many other things that affect that river system, which makes it important of concern because every year the government had to budget a lot of money for people who are displaced along this river basin. So the Benue River Basin next slide is also experience erosion, leading to boundary problem. People start fighting over land when their lands are eroded, farming activities are no longer taking place. And so it is essential that there's a frequent examination of this river to understand its dynamics, to understand how it changes over time. The problem of this research is that it is not very clear. Despite that we have this problem, it is not clear exactly how severe that erosion is on the Benue River Basin. Also, the movement of this river, whether it's moving left or right, is not clearly documented because, as you know, a lot of land in Nigeria is not well mapped. Also, in areas where remote sensing and GIS, that's geospatial technology, have been applied, all that has been done has to do with studying the catchment area, the whole area, the general area. Many of the studies have not, studied essentially the river itself, the channel of the river itself. So, this study was therefore proposed to investigate the changes in the morphology on the river Benue, on the Benue River, in the lower Benue River, along its four courses. The Benue River has a stretch of 1,400 kilometers, and the basin also is about 340 kilometers. So in order to study this dynamics very detailed, the study had to divide this basin into four stretches. As well, the Kogi stretch, the Nasarawa stretch, the Makurdi stretch, and the Taraba stretch, so that we can have a detailed analysis of this region. And the study, we studied the channel characteristics. That's how the channel is, the river is, how wide the river is, the migration, as I've said, whether the river is moving to the left or to the right, the building dynamics, how many just along the river, whether there's deposition or erosion along the river banks. So, and this study is quite significant because knowledge about this, the shape and structure of the Benue River will help us as surveyors to be able to prefer solutions to riverbank management, grid construction and flood control to improve livability and food security. And they are essential, these two things are essential to the SDG goal number 6 on clean water and sanitation and life on land. So this is the Benue River basin, and we can see that on this basin we have many communities there. Essentially, Lokoja, Makurdi are two state capitals within this zone, making it important that a study is carried out on this stretch. So the study relied on Landsat images, multidated Landsat images of 1987, year 2000, and year 2015. So there are a lot of images and they were mosaiced together in order to understand these river channels that we talk about. So this is the categories of characteristics of that river channel that was analyzed. We have the flow direction, the direction of flow. We have the channel width. We have sinuosity. That's how, in terms of the shape of the river, how meandering the river is, and then the surface accumulation, the erosion, and the migration. So this is the methodology. In the first stage, the river was subdivided into 4 stretches, like I said, and for each stretch again, in order to have a detailed analysis, is divided into 5-minute grid intervals, so that we don't have an information that is general about the river basin. We have information at intervals on the river basin, and so the methodology used are methods in remote sensing. See that the average here, that's the direction of flow, starts at 61 degrees on the average stretch, and increases gradually to 186 at the Makurdi stretch. Places where we can have erosion and compositional features. So in terms of lateral migration, that's the we have as the police stretch had the highest migration. That means stretch, the river moves the rest. So if you have people living here, you can have the river take up their community to another stretch. So we have so many statistics you can run through the slide so that I will attempt to make applications of the association of this one. So environmental impact approves these series
You kindly go outside and do that, because as you talk, you are disrupting the listening, distracting the presenter, please. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Right, so for this training, we actually invited the state to supervise machine learning algorithms, and the reason is because the field of surveying precision is a major principle for us. So our job is to supervise machine learning classification and give us the room to update the development data. And our methodology and design is organized by a slide display on our screen, and the methodology flow chart now. Of course, the first step is to process positional websites
larger data sets, might be monthly, might be weekly, to see if the result also agrees with us. Thank you.
the pattern of the flow of the water is not stable. And if we are looking at dredging, we should also consider the volume at which the water is being available at that place. So I'm recommending that site observation should be considered, and also dredging should be also looked into.
Thank you. Number 3.
My name is Dr. from Rivers State. My question goes to the third presenter that speaks from channel dynamics and the effects on the environment. I want you to expatiate more on the channel dynamics, because I expect and the depth information of that river, even the channel we're driving, or what is the geospatial input in
Thank you. Question number 5.
structures and development. Failing structures should be used as examples to present to government to begin to realize that they need the surveyor's input to address issues before they get spoiled. Then the aspect of the dynamics of the channel, the water channel. The panic there should be, can we get to know, based on the records so gathered, when some communities and settlements will be put to extinction, because they're able to tell how yearly they are losing land space. The earth around the around the channel is receding. At what time will it not be possible to find a settlement in that environment? Such
sure you should come to. And then the last speaker tried to give us an impression that was trying to do an assessment. The data sets used, I didn't get it clear whether it is something of account data or a unique data, the Genesis data we use in trying to analyze this machine learning algorithm. What not data do we use in that analysis? Because I'm sure that if we carry out extensive wisdom analysis, definitely maybe that machine learning is very much fits maybe duplicate, but we didn't fail in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 7.
Most of the presentation here are very beautiful, but if it's not converted into value, I think it's more or less of academic and practical. Just like Brother spoke, I enjoyed the presentation by from Geostate, where we talked about the river basin, how the leakages move from the upper course to the lower course, how there are erosion, coastal erosion that may likely happen in those villages that settle along the coast. But I am thinking that in all of this beautiful presentation, that he would have pollution or our bodies like the Niles, the Socom, will look at a way to have a political solution by gathering this beautiful presentation and send it across to those state governors, because he need to go to this state, Nasarawa State, Taraba State, and Benue State. If these presentations are taken to the state governors, using those that are politically inclined and those that can reach out to the governors and the commissioners involved, and tell them, look at what is going to happen if control measures are not taken in place, that we need to build more walls on these coastal erosions, eroded areas, to prevent these communities from being lost, and on those places where the leakages are being deposited, that we need to have drainages of those rivers. There should be sounding, there should be hydrographical surveys on those areas to drain the rivers so that the flow of the river shall be free, and there will be swimming activities like fishing, transportation that will go on smoothly on those areas. Then he ought to have as well give us the quantity of deposition of those sand on that area that can lead to so many sand to be harvested in that area and use it to sandfill the other part where needed, where sandfill is needed. So if all these things are articulated and those state governors being contacted and those commissioners involved being contacted, that these are the things that needed to be done, I think the surveyors will be at work and it will now come into money back pocket. Because if all the things are presented and at the end of the day we bring to them and walk away, we look more or less like academic presentation. So it is not going to benefit us financially. So going forward for some of these presentations, let them be articulated, let committees
going to improvise this machine against the manual way that have been doing it. That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Surveyor Ajayi, please address the questions that are directed to you.
The questions. Let me start from the last question. The way to improvise the develop system against the manual counting approach. I showed the table that was shown like 2 slides ago. So where we got the accuracy, I said that we're going to get over 90%. So how we arrived at that was by comparing our results with what we got by counting manually. Because we know that manual counting is actually very accurate. But when we have several days, there is no way we can count with accuracy. So we actually use a simple way and we counted manually. And as we counted manually, we use our approach as well. So how many vehicles were detected? One. In the first column, how many were tracked and how many were counted? So the result was compared with the manual, which we know is accurate. So we were able to arrive at the result that we had there. So then the first question says, to educate surveyors on what they could do with the traffic count. So I think we need to be able to understand that this traffic count data is actually very important, but we need to be able to distinguish. We are talking about probably just the cadastral surveyor. It might not be that important, but still very much important, and I will let us know. But we are talking about the broad geomatrics, so it's actually very, very important. And now I will say that we can create paper maps, dynamic maps that can show traffic data at various times. You know, we can have X, Y, Z for our data, and we can also have the temporal, the time dimension to it. So we can show that this map at this particular time is the traffic data that is there, and at this particular time is the kind of traffic that we are doing. So we can create much better maps with that. So and also we can easily integrate with GIS data. I remember a time we carried out a research about air quality analysis in urban axis. So traffic data was actually a very good input for the analysis. So because we know that our vehicles will produce fumes, emissions into the atmosphere. So it is actually related. The more the number of vehicles, then we can say that it correlates or directly proportional to the amount of fumes in the atmosphere. Then another question is, who will be the end users of this system? I actually mentioned about traffic planners, urban and regional planners, and the like. So we have several of them. Urban planners, for development, they can use traffic count to plan for new routes. Let me give a very good example. This Lagos-Ibadan expressway, when we look at it, we can see the thickness. We can see the thickness, even the base course, the laterite, the slope base and the like, even the asphalt. So why is it that we just want to waste materials? No, it is because of traffic count. How many vehicles are applying this route? So they help us to make informed decisions about how we should construct our infrastructure. So we have so many examples of that. And also the government agencies for developing policies related to transportation, traffic management centers and the like, researchers and private sector also. And lastly, we can even have the general public. We can use traffic data for planning our things. We all use Google Maps now. And I know in Lagos State, when somebody opens Google Maps, what is making all the traffic congestion
when we say geospatial, we are talking about location. So these cameras were placed at locations, and we need to incorporate all of them into a GIS environment so that we can track. And when I was mentioning, I said we have several study areas. So those are where we place cameras, and we can actually track all of them in a GIS environment. So the location is actually an input for this system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Surveyor Jay. Please, Surveyor Efiam, quickly address your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first thing I want is to make a clarification on the comment on artificial intelligence. I think where some people are getting things wrong. Artificial intelligence is in two aspects. You look at the definition. It talks about the ability of a digital computer or a computer-controlled robot to carry out tasks that are normally done by intelligent human beings. So there is no paper that has been presented in the whole of today that has not involved artificial intelligence. Let's get the right definitions. Thank you. The question again is the wonderful comments about the bar charts and pie charts. Yes, you see, I'm starting a land use inventory, but I'm going towards a land use analysis for that local government. And for the inventory, we will use either bar charts or pie charts. But when you want to do the trend analysis, you need both the pie chart and the bar. Because it's the bar charts that will show the different years that has existed. The pie chart will only show percentages. So this is the foundational work. That is why I've given an impression of both. And you could maybe interpret the bar chart better than your pie charts. Having too much information is not a crime. About the political words, yes. I've noted your comments for future work. It's a wonderful comment that includes, but since I was focusing just on the inventory, I just included the political words so that we should know that we could also tie political aspects and infrastructures and all the social facilities there will affect the land use activities, particularly for politicians, so that they can incorporate this. They should be interested, but if they are not interested, we will not give them votes at the next election. So I think I've covered very few things that concern.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Surveyor Azende.
Thank you very much for the questions. I'd like to address the question on if tidal data or discharge data will have been included in the work. The authors, I think, considered geometric data only. But at the same time, I can understand why maybe discharge data has not been included because of availability of that data is a question that we surveyors should look into. Though we have the Benue River Basin, we have hydrographic authorities, but how far are these data available for researchers? You will notice that the research relied on secondary data. And so if you don't have that tidal data at that interval that the analysis has been done, it becomes difficult for researchers to carry out that data. And this begs the question of what researchers or the surveying community has been advocating for. That's the national geospatial data infrastructure. How far are we going so that people who are surveyors or bodies, I think this paper was presented to the NIS, and there's meant to be an NIS journal that will be compiled and sent to the appropriate authorities. In terms of the data that should have been presented, this research produced the GIS database, and it's quite interactive. Whatever data that you need about these dynamics is available to the going for that particular purpose that is meant for. So that's my response
Thank you. Daniel, what's here?
I guess the title was not. All right, thank you so much, sir. The rationale behind choosing the daily data set was actually because several research have indicated that GNSS daily data set has a more robust spatial resolution. And on the NESA website, official website, we have 3 categories of GNSS data set. The first one is the daily data set, and the second one is the weekly data set. The third one is the monthly data set. The weekly is simply the average of all the daily data sets within the week, while the monthly is the average of all the data sets within the month. So our work is restricted to a particular daily data set because it gives room for frequent updates of the data. And I think the details for the data set is actually captured in the main paper. I think that should be 23rd in the month of December 2023. And other details are captured in the main paper. Sir? No. Daily data. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Surveyor Daniel. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed presenters, and honorable delegates and guests, as we come to the end of this morning session of the technical session, I would like to thank each of you for your active participation during this session. The insightful presentations and discussions have no doubt advanced our knowledge in this field. I want to thank the presenters who have deemed it fit to share their knowledge, expertise, and experiences with us. We appreciate them. A round of applause for them, please. To the delegates, we also want to thank you for your thoughtful questions and discussions. We want to say that they have all added colors to this morning session and have made it to be fruitful. So we thank you all and we appreciate you. A round of applause for us. Thank you. Before we go out for break, we are taking break now, but before we go out, I would like to humbly remind us that there is an afternoon session. We promise that this afternoon session is going to present even more interesting papers. So we urge us all to endeavor to be here to listen to the presenters. And that is at 2 o'clock, please. 2 o'clock p.m., 2 p.m. We are all expected to come back here. Our able Secretary General asked that if you do not have meal tickets, that you should please do well to meet him in the basement for your meal ticket. Okay? So, before we adjourn, I would like us to keep pondering on this theme, Geospatial information technology in the era of artificial intelligence. I will want us to also to continue to encourage collaboration in research to ensure that we keep moving our dear surveying profession to greater heights. Thank you once again, and do enjoy your break. So, okay. Announcements. If you are the owner of this vehicle,